Hello, Lewis. How's it going?
Select your god.
Since I won this skin, I have to use it at least once. Let's start with it. Hello, hello, Neo. It's been a while. Hope all is well. Been chilling. Sounds good. I too have been chilling for the most part. Probably an Aegis game. If only Death Toll had Int on it, I probably would have gone Death Toll in this game.
What's this?
First, well, that's a lie, Nectura. Neo has already been here. So I might have to go Lifebinder, but I would like not to. I have something else in mind. But the Yorm is potentially a pretty rough matchup early on.
Okay.
Though it could be much worse.
Minions have spawned.
Yo, what's up, LB? Yeah, I'm trying something fun this game, because I got the skin yesterday on Wolfie's stream, so I decided to just say, fuck it, just play some Acne, and I'm just kind of YOLOing it. I had something in mind that sounded fun, and here I am. Let's try it. Thing is, when something sounds fun in your mind, it's not always the case. So we'll see how it goes. But at least in this case, I'm against Yorm. A slow-ass character that I should be able to deal with for the most part. Yeah, I know. The jungler's gonna be here. Actually, no, he's in mid. Okay, no level 2 gank. It's the only reason why I didn't fight back. I was expecting the level 2 jungle gank. Like, this build I'm going with won't be good until I finish 2 items. That's just how it's gonna go. Because I went for aspect, so I kinda need some attack speed. But it will work out. I'm sure of it. Definitely. Interesting ages. I'll take it. My XP! Not that it matters. I think junglers should just say, I don't ever should go to blue buff. Because it's completely useless to share it now. It gives no fucking XP. It's so made for being soloed now. It's actually insane how bad it is.
Enemy has been slain.
Like, your body hate is 1. That's fair. I have heard some people say that.
Your middle tower is under attack. I say that was a horrific shame.
Personally, I think it feels fine. But, you know. If a lot of people feel that way, then maybe they'll change it, so. I'll just bag, I guess. Fine. I'm going away. I will refrain from going Lifebinder this game. Are we zoning? Surely not. We wouldn't do that.
Be careful, middle.
It is ready.
Oh, looking back to play him, the animation feels so bad. Really? I actually felt the opposite. I feel like it feels kind of fun to play in Smite 2 compared to Smite 1. But I think for me, it's just a lot of the like, you're not as locked in animation. No! WHs!
On my way. Your left tower is under attack.
Oh, I hit the first one.
Wash them away. Your middle tower is under attack. I say that was a horrific shame.
Mated. Attack.
It's getting tankier. What the fuck? Golden Blade. I mean, I'm not gonna complain about that. Just means we're gonna be an auto attacker versus an auto attacker. Hello, because me.
Completed. Heating up.
Just die. I mean, he's doing something that I thought I would do. Or try out, at least. It just wouldn't be like this. I was thinking more like Bracky's harp and just usual like a bluestone still, so you actually have decent wave clear. Not to mention bluestone damage is pretty high on Jorm as well because of the one.
Enemy has been slain. Your right tower is under attack. Ally has been slain.
Enemy missing right. Cancel that.
Enemies at the goal fury.
Go dots, man! Every time.
Your middle tower is under attack.
It definitely hurts if I stand in front of him, which is why I try not to. I did it for the sake of baiting.
Your middle tower is under attack. Oh, you move like a jaguar.
It's not looking too good in mid so far. Does the XP scale off of int and strength? No, it only scales off of int, but I mean, since it's essentially an ADC aspect, you generally go strength with it. Oops. Because otherwise, why would you go, like, why would you ever pick the aspect unless you're picking for auto attacks? I'm just doing that, but with like an, I'm essentially just going for an like ADC int build. Just go on in, boys. He has literally nothing. Okay. What?
The Pyromancer has arrived.
This is looking a bit cooked. Anubis is kind of not doing anything and giving up. That should have been the easiest kill on her. Just chase him. He fucking jumped and ulted me. He has nothing left. But yeah, this build is more like a payoff for later. So we'll see if it works out, but like
Your right tower is under
it's
attack.
gonna be fucking rough with how it's going right now. I'm not sure we're gonna get online to help out the team in time. Your build sucks. You always say that though, so I can't take it serious. Everything you stand for. Wait, who the fuck took oracles? I don't see the word on the thing. No, I think this build is something I will admit probably most definitely sucks. I just felt like trying it. And I'm only playing Acne because I got this skin. In Wolfie's giveaway yesterday.
On my way.
Okay, I mean, they're just all dying.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold jewel.
Mind your footing. Powerful flame.
Be careful.
Excelsior!
I heard someone TP.
Mind your footing.
Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Powerful flame.
Do I actually have to go pen already? I might have to just finish it up. I don't even know why I TP'd here.
Completed.
Your right tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your left tower is under attack.
Alright, sleep well, Nector. No, I mean, Kali's doing well too. Like, I don't think it's that people are doing bad. It's just that because we lost so much mid control, on her and Neath are just rotating as they want, and that's obviously Wolfie and adapting controlling those characters. So they're just doing that well. What was the shot? They didn't even need me, they just needed the encouragement. There you go. Like, he's so out of position, fight him. You have 30 people. It's fucking Gip. Or Kipri, I should say.
I can't keep fighting like this. I must regroup.
I don't know why I didn't just follow the Kipri
Your
though.
right tower is under
Surely we could have just still finished him off.
Retreat.
Well, though it is a support Finry, I guess.
Mind you, we are heating up.
the pyromancer has arrived.
Dodge this. Retreat.
The enemy team has destroyed. the
That's
gold.
unfortunate.
Your left tower is under attack.
Retreat.
Your left
Maybe I can
tower
pick up a
is
kill here.
destroyed.
On my way.
Okay, dude. I do not know what.
Dodge this.
Fucking hell, dude. So everyone just dies as I rotate. I'm actually trying to rotate here so we can maybe get something, but like people are going in before, right before I reach. And that is fucking irrelevant. It's just getting slightly frustrating. Because I'm just losing farm instead. Did your meteor get stuck in the air there? Maybe it did. I'm sure it still landed, but that might have been a visual glitch. I wasn't looking. No, this build is actually dog shit though.
Retreat to middle lane.
I think this would have been okay if I didn't build the whatever my second item is.
On my way.
Enemy team has destroyed the pyromancer. Your right tower is under attack.
But that item is like a sole exclusive item right now. Maybe Zeus.
Enemy spotted.
Wash them away.
Your end comes swiftly.
Finally worked out. We finished him off before he ulted away. And that is also a level 19 on her. Akali's doing well though, like he's
Your right tower is under attack.
as big as them. I am somehow so far behind for some reason. I guess it's just that I haven't been a part of anything. That's the main issue. Fuck, I hate that I built it this.
On my way.
Enemy missing. Enemies in left lane.
Deadly as can be.
Damn you minions. Denying me my kill. All this damn CC.
To retreat for now.
Got a kill though. Worth. Okay, I mean my damage isn't complete shit on the front line now that I can actually get to hit them. I will absolutely sell Bracer later though. Yeah, they have Yorm and he is building for some. He's building something strange. Well, I guess not anymore. But he went for like an auto build in the beginning. It's not really that bad anymore, to be honest. Like these two items will make sure that he's still gonna be a bit tanky. And a functional frontline. Whereas we obviously do not have a second frontline at the moment, and we have very suboptimal damage coming out of this Agni. Very much not ideal.
The enemy team has destroyed the pirate. Your right tower is under attack. Enemies at the fire giant. Your team has destroyed your cure. Help.
Yes.
Yes.
I couldn't hear how close it was, dude. I feel like that skin is hard to tell how close the rocket is. I was trying to aegis it. But it was still so silent when it was right behind me. I should have just looked, I guess, instead of just keep running. A part of me was hoping I could outrun it. Why is this so zoomed in? Wait. Why is he so zoomed in?
Has destroyed the fire giant.
The fuck? Oh well. I mean, doing gold was a bad idea in the first place when we knew they were doing pyro. Like, obviously they're going straight to fire.
Is under attack.
Good damage though.
Your right tower has been destroyed.
Enemy ultimate down.
Retreat completed.
Dodge this.
My bombs no damage with that aspect as well. And he's still behind. That's cool. I kind of like that, to be honest with you, that he's right behind me. Oh well.
Your middle
No, I definitely fucked this build on my own. I think if I didn't have Bracer, this build actually isn't that bad.
Titan is under attack.
But I should have just gone non-aspect and then just full mage. Dude, there's so many. Yeah, I don't think it would have mattered a whole lot whatever I went with, because Anubis was still just not really doing much this game. But, yeah, still. I didn't help myself by going for an Agni here. An aspect Agni, and then going full int. My bad. Danza aspect was a mistake. It's so stupid. Because the strong part of it becomes and is strong because of the overwhelming amount of decoys. So you can't tell which one is the real one. It doesn't feel like a good like design. If that makes any sense. It feels horribly designed. Still, I don't think it's like super OP. It's just that like it has an easy counter in like AoE. Like if I was actually Mage Agni, I would shit on him. But my bombs don't do any fucking damage with the aspect, and yeah, it just didn't matter. Yeah, that's true. It also makes people lag the fuck out. It's definitely a test for the servers. Also, very arguably a bad idea to add something that huge for the game. I might go mid, because I'm not really feeling like I want to play warriors right now. I'm in a mage mood. Question is, what would I even pick if I went mid? I mean, am I not just being stacked on? How am I top pick? They're both higher elo than me, in both Wolfie and Adapting. This doesn't feel right. Yeah, maybe there could be something like a way to fix it. Because if the clones didn't have like an actual health bar, maybe that would be more. But I don't know. I don't know how they would. Maybe they need to make the health ball, like health bar smaller. Maybe that would be a bit more easy to look at. Because yet that it does not feel right with how it is at the moment. It's so confusing and overwhelming to look at when there's that many clones. Want anything? See if I can avoid picking my shit first. Wouldn't that be something? Doubt it though. Do a Vulcan game, I guess. Question is, do I do aspect or not? At least this way I could play it easier. Like a Vulcan aspect with a full mage build, I like more than like Acne aspect with full mage build. Because that just doesn't make sense. You lose so much damage out of it. But Vulcan's ult at least remains the same. I can still have huge ults. Even if my poke will be less. I'll just be building around my turret and my ult. But that's the thing, like why would you go Vulcan if not you just want to go full damage and just one-shot people? I think for me in this case, it's just into a Baron Thor already. Not having like not having the aura as like protection and health regen in this game might just make sure that I'm just dead on cooldown. I might just need it. But yeah, we'll see. I can probably make a decision once I know what I'm against in lane. If I'm allowed to just sit back and farm, well, then I should be okay. But at the same time, they do have a Thor, so diving me will be very easy. Let's upgrade a card. I don't know. Bologna? Yeah, okay, I'm definitely going aspect. I don't have any good cards to really upgrade here, to be honest with you. That kind of sucks. Let's just do this one. And next up is a boss, so I will wait.
No. No.
Well, I have to go beads. Thor, Athena. It's a beads comp if I've ever seen one. I don't know actually. I think I... Yeah, I think we do that. Thumpa.
Good luck to all.
I feel like I'm also just way past the mindset of trying to win. Because it doesn't matter, man. Literally every time I try to try hard in this game, it doesn't fucking work anyway. Something always fucks up anyway. We just throw in the end.
Okay. Minions have spawned.
What the fuck is my one on normal cast? Wait a damn second. Fixed.
Okay.
Yeah, you're selling yourself too, idiot.
Be careful.
Is he laser back? Strange. That is really tanky as well. It's pretty much going as I would have expected right now. I hope the queue gets a little bit more filled in, because right now it literally feels like I'm just or solo queuing into a duo queue in Wolfie and adapting, and I don't stand a chance. They're going very deep though, maybe they can take advantage of it.
Enemy has been slain.
Get him. So low. Okay, this will be the only somewhat defensive item I think I'm gonna go this game.
Your middle tower
Next
is
up,
under attack.
some cooldown, so I can keep being annoying.
Be careful. Retreat.
Probably should have leveled my turret actually.
Your left That's too
Time to take action.
Is he just not running? He ain't trying to dodge or what? Okay.
Your middle tower is under attack. The rain shall wash them away.
Big. I need my dual lane to win.
Enemy ultimate incoming.
It's gonna be a bit easier once my turret actually does damage. Right now it's kind of useless and not very tanky.
Enemy has been slain. Your left tower is under attack. Enemy ultimate incoming. The rain shall wash them away. Be careful.
Huge.
Your left tower is under attack.
Gotta back my mod as well. back for the mod. I need my turrets to do the dot. Because turrets at least are not nerfed in this aspect.
Until you let go of your pride, you will suffer.
On the bright side, Vulcan aspect is nice at killing those things as well.
Enemy missing middle. On my way, on my way.
Time to take action. And don't give up.
Nice job. Retreat! Your middle tower is under attack.
Why is Rama here?
The party's this way. Your middle tower.
Oh, but Rama.
No, man!
Your left tower is under attack.
I mean, duo lane, just stay left. It's much easier that way. Keep farming.
I believe in
Yeah, to be fair, I don't know why Rama came over. I just
Yeah,
came
yeah.
over because of the fight.
Oh, the long cooldowns. You played that well, though.
Your left tower is under attack.
I think it's better if you just sit underneath, though, surely. We can just keep winning duo that way.
Yeah, like I said, I was. It was just just rotated just because of that fight once. That was all. And then just clearing mid because don't want to lose target.
Because we kind of lost that fight because Rama rotated. If he just stays in left and he keeps farming, like, we will eventually... I think that just works out better for us.
Pyroman has arrived. Your right tower is under attack.
There's obviously a small argument, like, if we just kill all of them there, then sure, I mean, that would have been great. But look what's happening now. He's just falling further behind.
Unfortunately, we're just getting 4 people on there. Yeah, they're going gold. Maybe Depara.
Enemy team has destroyed the goal. Free your souls to the others.
I couldn't see the HP on it, that fucking sucks. It went down so fucking fast. Yeah. Didn't impress anything, but I honestly would be down to surrender. I do not think we're gonna win.
Your middle tower is under
They just have a better team in terms of skill.
Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Let's just get Pin. Not to mention that like, their comp, no matter what, how fed I end up getting, as long as they have a competent support, which they do, and obviously a competent Thor, which they do, I'm gonna get shit on later once I don't have beats on. Like the second I don't have beats, I'm dead.
The enemy
I'm super dead.
destroyed the pyramid. Your right tower is under attack.
So like, it's not like I can really fight back anyway.
Sure, you can.
Like a baby.
Bye.
Your right tower is under attack. Okay. Hasta la vista, amigo.
I'm just seeing so much shit being missed from Thana as well. But that's also just a fucking clutch Athena ult. Insanely clutch. We're still just getting outnumbered though. Like mid's getting 2v1'd. Solo is, well, no, I guess not outnumbered. We're gonna do a 2v2, I guess.
Enemy has been slain. Enemy missing middle. Your right
I guess it was my tower for defending mid.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
On my way.
Ally has been slain.
Are we going to try to defend gold or do you want to leave it?
Has arrived.
Be right back. Be right back.
Okay, I want it back for my mod here. Lewanson. Want these double turrets to come online. This kind of sucks though. I kind of gotta get rid of this Harpy so I can actually have wards. Because I need to keep a ward on fire at all costs now. Or at all time. Dude, how is Bellona a level ahead of me? I don't get it. I'm getting this fucking tower now. try to fucking get there. Oh, of course, Thor's here. Okay. Okay. Alright, fuck it, I'm selling it. I fucked my ult. I noticed that the Bellona was tanking the tower, so I tried to aim it so that it was still inside the tower, but she was fucking running out apparently. I goofed it. How am I 15? I just don't get how I'm so far behind this game. I understand why. Like, I mean, Thor is fed, obviously, so it's not like I'm going to be same level as that. But how I'm behind, like, 2 levels behind Bellona, I don't get. That's the part that confuses me.
Be careful left. Enemy ultimate incoming. On my way. Defend left lane. No problem. Your middle tower is under attack.
I don't get anything.
Destroyed the fire giant.
That's nice. At least I get low enough for an easy Sunder. Coping with how I didn't get that at all. They just stopped damaging that completely. I also wasn't sure how much my damage would, my ult would do in terms of damage right now. This early in the game on top of a fire giant. At melee range basically. It's pretty shit.
Team has destroyed the left enemy. Your middle tower is under attack. It rains to wash them away.
I don't want to say anything. I don't know why I followed him knowing that was a terrible idea. I knew fucking Thor was just sitting in the bush. I was just hoping, coping that we could maybe get something out of it.
Your right tower is under attack.
Also, does my turrets proc Soul Reaver?
Your right tower.
Probably isn't very good to buy here either way. I don't know. Like, the tanks don't have that much HP. Like, Balloon's probably the highest, because she's got a few items that will do that, but... That's the only target that probably has more HP than me, because I also have fucking Lifebinder. Yeah. I mean, I guess I'm buying that item anyway. Let's go for the other good item. An Ancient Signet. I could also maybe do a Jade Scepter, just to get some self-peeling for myself, because we don't really have a lot of peeling in this game. Like, if Ganesh is on me, sure, but... more than likely, he will not be on me and will peel for someone else.
Your middle tower is under attack. Pyromancer has arrived.
I'm gonna bead ult the Athena if she dashes in. We can overstand that.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Balona behind, boys.
Fucking bad, that is bad. Nice. Yeah. Nothing really down once.
Your middle tower.
Athena as well. The faster I get 20, the better. Finally, I had an ult though. Progress.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your middle Phoenix is under attack. Be careful, right? Yes. He has destroyed the fire network. Pride, you will suffer.
To keep them guessing.
My way.
If you can get to me, I've got time for you for you.
No, of course he just fucking backed and caught up like that. Oh my god. That's so boring! Screw you adapting! That was a fun chase. Oh well, we got gold for it. God damn it. Just fucking backs and walls me off. That's the most boring way that could have went. Nice, dead. Oh, maybe not. Stampede for the win. Just leave the first Phoenixes down anyway.
Your middle Phoenix has been destroyed. Your left Phoenix is under attack. ultimate incoming. The pyromancer has arrived.
And it's good.
Your right Phoenix is under attack. Your Titan is under attack.
I think this would have been a fun game if we didn't just keep dying early on. But like, the amount of deaths my team has this game is just... They're all so fed on the enemy team by the time I reach these fights. It's cooked, man. Woofy, join up. I actually need more people with hands in my games. I really do. So far, it's so unenjoyable, man. Just ended stream. Fuck, man. Where is everyone? This game went really well until a weird rotation to solo happened. Where my ADC showed up for some reason. It was fine up until that point. Alright. I mean, fuck it. I guess I play something normal next game. Excuse me. I mean, I say normal, but it doesn't even matter. Like, I thought this pick was fine. It worked out for the most part. Slay the Spire Smite. Today, that's definitely the case. I'm just gonna look at the god list real quick. Do I even feel like playing solo? Because I keep picking mages. Problem is, I kind of want to play mages in solo. But that's just not going to work out very well if I have not a good team. Because they will always complain about the lack of a frontline. And then they get mad. I think I play something else today. Let's do this. I think I'll maybe play some ADC. Or at least once. I want to play Zeus. I think it's going to work on solo team is bad. Sure. I just mean, like, even when I get to late game stages, having that extra frontline is very, very useful. Only problem is, I mean, that won't matter anyway. Or it's arguably even worse if I'm a frontline and my team is feeding the enemy team. Because then I can't be a frontline. Then I'm just not tanky, and I still don't do any damage. But yeah, no, I get it. Sometimes shit just ain't easy. Not the best starting hand, but could do some damage at least. I still ended up getting solo. Okay, dude. Fuck it, I'm playing solo again then. It's meant to be. That's a lot of damage. And I don't think I can avoid all that damage. Just keep poisoning him. Ow, fucking hell. Great. That's a good card, actually. Yeah, I'm sure we'll be fine. Like this team is also like a team that I actually recognize. That's a good start, I would say. Oh, they have Wukong though. Snooze. Snoosh. I didn't even think about what I should play though. Fuck, I'll play Afro then. Maybe we queue jungle. It is by far my worst role though. I will not, like, I'm gonna play like a bronze if I go jungle. Some mechanical skill might be there, but I don't know what the fuck I'm doing in the jungle. But most of all, I don't enjoy it. The best case scenario for me in terms of like trying to carry is if I go mid. Because then I have some control on what can happen around that area. That's pretty much it. Can't be worse than my jungle. You haven't seen my jungle, man. Jungle has just always been a curse for me. I cannot play that role. I've tried. What? I mean, good thing I have poison in this game, because holy fuck, I would have been fucking cooked. I'm probably doing a full damage Afro game here. You know, with a usual life binder probably. And I have something fun in mind actually. I don't want to say it. Because you never know who's on the enemy team. Sometimes they're sniping. Double effective potions. Oh. Okay, another start. Future cards rewards of 2 less cards to choose from. And 3 relics and a curse. I'll just take that one. Sure. I mean, I don't care about this card anyway. 2 additional cards. That's decent. I mean, I kind of... Okay. We have a power card. Can a random. Okay, that's also decent. And that's 33rd turn gain block. Okay. Okay. Could be worse. Could be better. Right. What have we? What have we? Why do I want to go Blink? I'm going Aegis. It's either Aegis or Beats. I think actually it's gonna be Beats. Because I'm way too afraid of... Wait, they have Artemis and Apollo? It's gonna be Apollo jungle, right? Yeah. I usually ban Wukong as well. I also, for the same reason as most other people, just it's too brain dead to deal with. I can't be asked to deal with it. But I see a lot of people leaving it open because there's also so much other shit that is just brain dead and stupid. I think that's the issue with Smite 2 at the moment, is that there's too much brain dead stuff open. That's, well, not even open, just there's too much stuff of it. You can't ban all of it. It's impossible.
Minions have spawned.
I actually don't think the tank Wukong is that bad. I'm gonna say it. But obviously it's hard to compare with the Int version of him, that is just completely busted. But I think tank Wukong unironically is really not that bad. It's never bad to have an unkillable tank. But Herg or Chuck can be killed, that's the thing.
Biz Artemis.
Like, if you go tank Wukong, you should never die. And if you actually die on the tank Wukong, you fucked up. It's completely in your own hands. He was so shit.
Be gone.
You have to look at the tank Wukong as a cooldown like motherfucker. Like you want to look at him with the mindset of someone who you're not planning on like poking them to death or anything like that. That's not how he works this as tank. You wanna just spam abilities. You especially want to spam the 2 more than the 1. You want to just be an annoying piece of shit.
Do not test me.
Eventually this matchup should be good for me, because my combo, once my combo actually does damage and he can't really avoid it because he's a big fat bitch, then I should be fine. Language. I know, I'm sorry. But it's true.
Do not test me.
Yorm is a big fat bitch. He just tanks all the damage and he can't help it.
Be gone.
Your middle tower is under attack. Right. An enemy has been slain.
Dude, what the fuck is our comp actually? And that I'm looking at now. Oh, never mind. For a second, I thought it was gonna be Merc support. It's not. Scratch that.
Do not test me. Be gone.
Yorm is so huge though that you can just see him everywhere he is. It's kind of funny.
My mana restores. Do not test me.
Thanks.
No backing, not yet. If I stay, you stay. Simple rules.
Allow me. Be gone. Heal your wounds.
Alright. I'll probably just go Kronos next. Get it over with, because then I'm gonna need it either way.
Do not test me.
Completed. My condolences. Out of this world.
Enemy missing left.
Man, he did that so fast if that was alone.
Be gone.
Already missile down.
Enemy missing middle.
Do not test me. Be gone. I will be your savior.
My assist.
Be gone.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Okay, now I also kind of have a decent estimate on how much damage I can do to him right now. It's gonna go away pretty soon though, he is building protection already.
Be gone. My mana restores you. Be gone. Do not test me.
Enemy ultimate down.
Allow me to heal your wounds.
Save yourself! I'll gain right lane!
No matter.
Ultimate is ready! On my way!
My mana restores you.
Enemies incoming.
Be gone.
Okay. My condolences.
Do not test me. You will feel no pain.
Decent damage.
Down. Unfortunate.
Be gone.
Okay, I can't finish it. I forgot how much it cost. That's perfect then.
My enchantments grow ever stronger.
Completed. Enemy ultimate down. Enemies in right lane. Be careful. No matter.
Right lane! Enemy ultimate down!
Do not test me. Be gone.
Rain shall wash them away.
As cunning as a fly. Careful left.
Do not test me.
On
Gang middle lane!
Okay.
Jom gondolod.
Be gone.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Do not test me. I will be your savior.
Ally has been slain.
Be
my way.
It's damn ages.
Be gone.
Ultimate is ready.
Enemies behind us. Save yourself.
Do not test me.
Surely Julio probably would come back to Smite if Tyr was added. I can see it.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Be gone.
Enemy has been slain.
Enemy missing left. Do not test me.
Your left tower is under attack.
I mean, if they get gold, it's not like I can stop them anyway, so whatever. I'll stay and farm.
Be gone.
Ally has been slain.
Allow me to heal. Do not test me. You will feel no pain. Scores you. Be gone. Do not test me.
That's insane.
All life.
It's actually insane.
Your left tower is under attack.
Fucking mana, bro.
Okay, what name?
I mean, mana and minions. Because that was definitely some extra, like, archers, 316 archer damage fucking me up there. Yeah, Monty still plays. Like, Monty, he's here and there. He definitely has his inting moments still.
Rain shall wash them away.
He's still around.
That's too bad.
Enemy missing left. Be careful.
Be gone.
Right tower is under attack.
Okay, bye.
Right, diving and right. What's happening? And where the fuck is my opponent? Push your wave. Shit's so high up for me.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I think it's past the time where I can actually kill him.
Condolences.
Has to be done through some heavy poking, but it's more of a fuck up on his part if he dies to me than me killing him now.
Allow me to heal your wounds.
There's nothing to take.
Savor these moments.
Do not test me.
Personally, I do care about people inting, like, especially if it's someone who's like somewhat known. You know?
Completed.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Be careful.
My mana. Be gone. Allow me to heal your wounds. Do not test me. My mana will
Okay. Yuki. Never mind then. We don't fight. I should just stop rotating. Shit ain't worth it.
Yes! Enemies behind us! Enemy missing!
Double trap.
Ally has been slain. right tower is under attack.
Begone. Save yourself.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Do not test me.
Fire giant!
Okay.
Enemy spotted! On my way. Enemy ultimate down.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yorm is also kind of just a Merc counter, isn't he? Well, not a counter, because I still think Merc's gonna fuck him up the second he gets a lot of crit online, but... he can't really be 3'd by Merc, right?
Our souls are linked.
Why are we all in left, though?
Enemies in middle lane.
Your right tower is under attack.
Do not test me.
On my way.
Your right tower has been destroyed.
Begone. My blessing to you.
Your right tower is under attack.
Our souls are linked. Do not
Destroy the pyramid.
retreat.
Enemies in right lane.
Your right tower is under attack.
Completed.
Get right leg.
Your right tower has been destroyed.
Just dealing with a Fed adapting every game who hits like 19 by the time I'm 15. Every fucking game today. Literally. I wish I was joking.
Begone.
Have you tried farming better? I think I need kills for that, man.
Do not test me.
Fire giant.
Enemy
Careful, lad.
missing.
Enemies in middle lane.
Begone.
Yeah, I don't damage him at all. Pen is required.
My blessing to you. Do not test me. I will be your savior. Begone.
Damn, I went for the damage ult. Mistakes were made.
Our souls are linked. Do not test me. My mana restores you. Retreat. Retreat.
Completed.
Your
Out
left
of
tower
mana.
is under attack.
Allow me to heal your wounds. Begone.
Enemies have returned to base. Completed. Yes.
Just buy rod. Fuck it. If I can, why not? Actually, that's a mistake. I should have still just gone pen. Unless I'm not going pen.
Down.
Am I going pen? I'll leave it to someone else to kill the tanks. I'm looking for a one-shot build. I think our jungle is a mid main. He's a... Actually, I don't know.
Do not test
Could be right though.
Be careful. Begone.
Careful boys, I'm not there. I'm on my way though.
Ally has been slain.
We just don't have vision. I didn't realize we weren't doing gold.
Okay.
Ally has been slain.
Enemy Enemies in right lane.
My blessing to you.
Okay.
Do not test me.
I got a pulse so low by myself. It's too late now, but maybe get pyro. We need more wars in the map, boys. We never know where any of them are. It's becoming an issue. I'm sad. I don't think Kernels realized how much damage I did to Apollo. Because I even stunned him afterwards.
Retreat middle lane.
Completed. Defend the fire giant. Defend the fire giant. Yes. Defend.
We have to go in now, guys.
Our souls allow me to heal your wounds.
And there's 3 minutes. Apollo's going for the right Phoenix. I'm back.
Cancel that. Enemy missing right. Be gone.
I'm not sure who ended up actually securing it for them. Maybe like a Wukong 1 or something, because I didn't see anyone else really close.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Actually, Kepri has Sunder. It was probably Kepri.
Enemies in right lane.
On my way.
Cancel that.
They're backing off. Careful in the jungle.
Be gone.
The sooner I get penned, the better. But I'm still pretty far away.
My mana restores you. My blessing to you.
Be careful. On my way. Cancel that.
Retreat.
Enemies in left lane. Enemies in the right jungle. Apologies.
Your left tower is under attack.
Retreat.
Just leave the tier 1. We don't need to defend this.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Enemies in middle lane.
Your left
Ultimate is
tower
ready.
is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemies in left lane.
Now be gone. Your wounds.
Ultimate down.
Your left tower is under attack.
My mana restores you.
Your left tower has been destroyed. middle tower
Our
is under
souls
attack.
are linked.
Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Afro doesn't really strike me as a Signet character, so I probably don't go for Ancient Signet.
Be gone.
That's good, at least. Now Yorm isn't safe for a little while.
My blessing to you.
I tried.
My blessing to you. Test me.
Man, what a waste of ult.
Be gone.
So, I'm just trying to get 20.
What a potent trinket.
Oh. Nice. This is one count.
Them away.
Do not test me.
Fabuloso.
On my way.
I fucking Capri's here too.
Be gone.
Team has destroyed the pyramid. Your left field is under attack.
That's Capri's under at least, so he won't have that for fire. It's actually quite valuable.
Allow me to heal your wounds. Test me.
It's potentially a game changer. Surely we need Polly? No. I don't like Polly on Afro very much. But I also think it doesn't make sense for me to do it. I think Polly should only be built if you're going for a full power build. And I'm not really doing that. Not when I have Lifebinder and Totem. I'm pretty low on int.
My mana restores you. Do not test me. Be gone.
Enemy missing. Yes.
What's the last item? Probably Reaver. Just so I can actually damage their front line.
Our souls are linked. My blessing to you.
Enemies in middle lane.
Our souls are linked.
Be careful, middle. Careful left.
Enemy has been slain. Range, wash them away.
My blessing to you. Be gone.
Enemy has been slain.
Do not test me.
Completed. Attack fire giant.
Our souls are heal your wounds. Be gone.
at least we do get fire, but fucking losing a Phoenix or two for this. Disgusting.
Destroyed the fire tower.
Attack middle lane.
At least the thing with Soul Reaver is that it doesn't require me to be full tanked for it to still be really useful. They just need to have more HP than me. And anything but carries, I guess, should have more HP than me.
Enemy spotted.
Your team has destroyed the pyramid.
Begone. My blessing to you.
I will
Enemy
war.
spotted.
Do not test me. Thanks.
Spotted.
No pain.
We use so much shit for that. Luckily my ult is pretty low cooldown, but...
Lane. Attack right.
My blessing to you. Begone. Do not test me. Begone.
Be careful.
Allow me to heal your wounds.
Enemy spotted.
Your team has destroyed the gold fjord.
On my way.
They will look to try and pick one of us off here, so be careful. Wukong is still on left.
On my
Do not test me.
enemies incoming right.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
My mana restores you. Our souls are linked. Chase the enemy.
Yes.
Completed.
It's fine, we got a big kill out of it at least. Now we just need to push up mid.
Yes.
Begone. Allow me to heal your wounds.
Damn, 800 damage though?
I feel my mana restores you. Begone.
Apollo in the air.
Apollo.
Allow me to heal your wounds.
Enemy has been slain.
Begone. Do not test me.
I still think we push mid purple. Let me heal you up though.
My blessing to you.
Ultimate is ready.
Restores you. Allow me to heal your wounds.
Behind Sun Wukong.
Our souls are linked.
Never mind, I guess.
Get in the chaka! You get it?
My brain just functions a bit differently than what my team is. Like, just go on them. They're so easy to kill. Whatever. I don't get it. Like, I'm doing so much in these fights despite my... I just don't know what the fuck is even happening, to be real with you. I need to turn on the light. I feel like I'm doing so much in these fights, but it just doesn't lead to anything. Wukong is being straight up. Wukong is almost being negated by what I'm doing on that Phoenix, and we're still losing the fight. Though like it was even, I guess, but whatever. That's a ball beats. He's in the air now. Yeah, let me just dash out. Dash out. And now we probably just lost.
Enemy ultimate down! On my way.
My blessing to you. Be gone.
Is under attack.
Okay.
Your left Phoenix has been destroyed. Your middle Phoenix is under attack.
It's so nasty you can solo Phoenix as my 2. Like, what's even the point? Now we're just being cheesed on. Like, what is that?
My mana
Oh,
restores you.
man.
Do not test me.
We survived another day, but I'm not really sure it's gonna matter.
Be gone.
In the grand scheme of things.
The enemy team has destroyed.
Yeah, I mean, best dead cats, like Skadi, like all those gods would make it even worse. Kronos. Paul is the worst in terms of being able to get away from doing it. But there are gods that's gonna be able to do that without even fucking losing any HP. And it's gonna be the fucking worst.
On my way.
Enemy spotted.
Retreat right lane. Right lane.
Be careful.
Right lane.
Retreat.
Oh my god, don't get fucking caught again. Please. Apollo in the air.
Ultimate incoming.
And we've dead. We're fucking dead again.
Your right Phoenix is under attack. Your right
Our souls are linked.
Find your footing.
Be gone. My blessing to you.
The rain shall wash them away. Your Titan is under attack. Enemy has been slain.
Our souls are linked.
We're surviving, but I mean, we still lost the Phoenix, so did we really even win this trade? No, no, we did not.
Allow me to heal your wounds.
We just need to stop getting caught. Like, why are we up there? Just fall back, sit under our Phoenix. That's our only job. Especially while I'm fucking pushing mid. And we're dead.
Be gone.
Okay. Okay then.
Do not test me.
Rats.
Be gone.
Enemy team has destroyed the pyramids.
My mana restores. Test me. My blessing to you. Allow me to heal your wounds.
Completed. Defend. Defend.
decent damage from just my birds on Capri. I guess that's why I went for
My preparations are complete.
for Reaver.
Our souls are linked.
I think it's pretty normal to crash out during ranked right now. It is in a weird state.
I'll attack the right lane. Be careful left.
My mana restores you. My blessing to you.
It's a trap.
Allow me to heal your wounds. Do not test me.
I'll attack.
Our souls are my mana restores you.
Your Titan is under attack.
What the fuck?
Begone. My blessing to you. Do not test me.
What's even going on? That's a very good question.
Souls are linked. Allow me to heal your wounds.
Dude, what? Why are we jumping in?
Phoenix is under attack.
Okay.
What are we doing?
Your Titan is under attack.
My mana restores begone. Feel no pain. Do not test me. I suppose all life.
I mean, I just don't know what the fuck happened this game. Wha
Defeat.
I hate this game. I mean, this is still also just criminal why this character was open. He just does so much damage for no reason. Who was actually a top pick? Was it the Mercury? I don't know who it was. I forgot. Well, this getting off, that's fine. I mean, I'm not playing just to play with them. I just want to play the game. I do Q, like, try to snipe their Q, because it's usually, like, just better in general, but today has not been the case. Nim.
Select your god.
Right, I want to play Suze, right? What is he saying, dude? Where am I now? Where am I now? And thank you, Dutch, for the raid. Appreciate it. Should have banned Odin. Fucking knew it. Dude, I've just been against Yorm twice in a row with Golden Blade. It was not a problem, man. It's strong early game, like during the laning phase, sure, of course, but that's not because of Golden Blade. That's just because Yorm is really good at boxing early. You go Bluestone, the same shit's gonna happen. And Yorm, like in this state of Smite, fuck no, am I gonna ban Yorm over everything else? Absolutely not. Also, I hate that they picked Odin, man. I don't want to go Helm of Radiant or fucking Helm of Darkness just for him. And they have a comp where I feel like I absolutely need Aegis. If I'm into Hou Yi, which I more than likely am here in ADC, I'm probably gonna have to deal with the Hou Yi. Dude, there's no way you're putting me against these people when I have this guy questioning that I'm telling me to ban Yorm because he's broken. You can't tell me that's the case today. I might have to just not play more today after this game. What are we talking about? I'm slowly losing my mind. Actually, do I even want to do that? I don't know if I want to go Death Toll. Thinking. Can't really do Vital. What build was I been thinking about? I do think I have to go Death Toll for the sustain. Yeah, let's do this. Let's go Dagger Frenzy.
For later, I suppose.
Whoops. Slap my mouse. Who made you play Zeus ADC? Tell me his name. He's called Me. I did it. I wanted to play it. Because I keep forgetting about his 2 having Hasten Fatalis effect on it now. It's not much, but it's still nice for boxing. So I wanted to try it. I just kept forgetting about it. And today, honestly, I'm just in the mood to play whatever I want for fun, because this meta is so boring to me now. Mainly in solo, I would say. Like, in mid, excuse me, you keep meeting shit like Wukong, slapping you in the face all the time, without really much counterplay to it. In solo, you're only meeting tanks that are building bullshit items. So, what's the point? What would you change? I just want them to nerf the OP items, you know? What the fuck is this? Though I suppose it's the same with ADC. That's fine. Like, you're just dealing with Sunbeam Bow or Looney build every game as well. Though at least there is variety there. Shields. They have Yana support, yeah. I mean, surely we win lane, right?
She bites.
Once I hit level 3, man, that's gonna be fucking golden if I can get another Chain Lightning. Like that. Fuck. mean, you ain't wrong. He's definitely stronger at 1v2 than 2v1, or 1v1, I should say. It's the same thing with Neja, you know? Any bounce guards is really gonna be like that.
Cancel that.
That's only if you actually hit your shit, though. Otherwise, that's definitely not the case.
Claim this area.
I'm just here taking fucking damage from this fucker. No pots left.
Be right back.
Be careful, right? Be careful left.
Kind of close on the gap there. I think he should have just fallen back, but
Has been slain.
dude, it's Neja. We all know Neja's gonna be fucking OP as fuck in Smite 2. We already know it. It's a one relic game.
She bites.
Don't really think we can do much here, with my ult being down as well.
Ally has been slain.
I think I just have to level my Chain Lightning, because I don't do any damage, and like, it still has nice base damage. I'm just gonna wait with my attack speed. I'm going for my 2, because it has an attack speed steroid. Like, it's a little bit better, but it's probably not worth it. It goes from 20 to 30 overall, all 5 levels. It's not really worth it. So yeah, whatever. Fuck.
Wash them away.
I don't know why he decided to straight up just take that. Or you... Fuck, man. I had him. I'm Zeus. He's dead no matter what there.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I mean, we cannot do this very fast.
Tower is under attack.
I have a good ward. I mean, if it wasn't for our vision, honestly, we couldn't have done this. We don't even have Sunder.
Under attack. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Simply magical.
Your left tower is under attack.
Thank God they didn't check.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Ultimate is ready.
Completed. Your Your middle
Enemy
tower
missing
is
middle.
under
Missing
attack.
middle.
Yeah, sure, Dutch, we can play. Actually, wait, what time is it? I could probably do like 1 or 2 more games after this. Sure. We'll see how this game ends, but so far I'm on a losing streak, so...
Enemy ultimate down.
Help middle lane. Claim this area. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
It's fine though, I kinda need the solo farm though. I can deal with Huyi by myself.
It's as they say, look good, feel good.
Let's grab Braggis as well. No, actually, isn't that glitched on Zeus? Never mind, not Braggis. Racer. Racer should be good on Zeus. At least I know that doesn't fuck with his passive. Braggis is annoying because once Zeus's passive kicks in, Braggis' passive goes away. Which I think is really fucking stupid, alright? It should work.
Enemy missing.
Enemy missing.
King.
Fucking hell. There's some models, man.
Careful. She bites.
Oh, the shield ran out? No, dude. Screw you, shield. But no, Gep should just leave, because I can deal with Huyi by myself. I would rather him go and help, like, if he doesn't like the mid, whatever, I don't care about that. Go help out the fucking jungler then. Our jungler is good. But, like, what he's really doing here is he's keeping me somewhat even with, or like, unless we actually kill the Huyi, but by him stealing or sharing farm as well, he's just taking farm from me too. I won't ever get a lead on Huyi if it's not in a 1v1. I can deal with him myself. I have literally ages because of that. His ult isn't gonna do shit to me. He doesn't have... He's an aspect Huyi. He's not... Actually, he's not. How the fuck did I think he was aspect? Okay, so he does have the stun, which is scary, but...
Enemy missing.
I still think I can deal with him easy. He doesn't seem that good. I think I can take care of myself. Bro, stop.
No.
Stop, man.
Your left tower is under attack.
I'll listen to this call once. This is the last time. But, like... I don't want to take risks in duo anymore, because I don't want to fucking die.
Ally has been slain. Careful. She bites.
Be careful middle.
Your right tower is under attack.
That little bit of haste and fatalis effect.
Okay. Claim this area.
Ooh. Police. He fell for it. Safe. Gep survived as well. Very good. Where the fuck did Zeus go, huh? Where are he at?
Your left tower is under attack.
Be careful. Enemy missing. Enemies in left lane.
Gonna need a lucky run here.
Okay. It's a lot of people suddenly.
Careful! She bites.
Left lane.
Enemy missing middle.
The rain shall wash them away.
Enemies in middle lane.
Oh my god, that ult.
Claim this area. This is my destroy the left enemy tower.
I don't know why I'm leveling my ult. It's gonna do no damage anyway. Zeus ult. I don't. Why did they nerf the base damage on it? And oh, wow! What the fuck was that spike? Okay. Thought I crashed for a second. I just don't think Hawk cares that much. He doesn't really try hard. Oh shit.
Has destroyed the gold fury.
That doesn't cancel it?
Your right
That's insane.
tower is under attack. Enemy spotted. What completed. Your right tower is under attack.
Attack the fire giant.
I guess.
Tower has been destroyed.
Okay. Okay.
Your left tower is under attack. Enemy missing right. Gank left lane.
Like, I lost my tower for this, man.
Has been destroyed. Enemy spotted.
Enemy missing middle. Stop right there.
I mean, can you shield me? Also, what the fuck did so much damage to me? Just the two? Strange. Yeah, I mean, Sol is also really fed at 16, yeah. That's a good point. Surely you chased this, Cabrakan. Guess he's not.
Your left tower is under attack. The rain shall wash them away. Your right tower is under attack. Claim this area.
My lane would be so much easier if I was just alone in it. I feel like the two times I've died now is because someone else was here with me.
Careful. She bites.
It's a curse. don't know why I ulted. I'll take his ult. It was almost as if my mind was thinking my ult was gonna slow him.
Enemy has been slain. I'll attack left lane. Claim this area. On my way.
Okay, I mean, I guess... They didn't do speed at least. Small wins.
Okay. So you are capable of some things, huh?
So Odin ults.
Your left tower is under attack.
I mean, Huyi should be a free kill here, but they might get fire for it, because I don't really trust them to survive in mid. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what I'm seeing here. Akaze definitely seems confused.
Defend the fire giant. Your left tower is under attack. Claim this area. Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy ultimate.
Can we stop going for the Janus tank? I think it's over anyway. Oh, nice. That's pretty big. Also a huge ult. Odin's low.
Wash them away.
Close. Ah, just... Oh, well, it is the captain from getting fire. Do I actually even need to go... I was gonna go Titans next, but... I mean, it is a full tank Giannis. But no, as I mentioned earlier as well, like, that fight would have been so good if it wasn't for the fucking Odin ring. It's by far the biggest problem I'm gonna have this game.
magical. Enemies incoming left.
Cancel that. Claim this area.
Simply magical. Simply magical.
The fuck does Geb expect me to do, brother? I'm not a fucking mage Zeus. If I ult on top of them, it's gonna do literally 0 damage. I'm not turning on that. I'll just go Titans anyway. Someone's gotta be able to deal with that fucking Giannis tank.
Enemy has been slain.
Yeah, sure, Dutch. Chat, remind me.
Rain shall wash them away. What else?
Dude, Saul is just only on me. I can't fucking play the game.
Your right tower is under attack.
Been here long enough.
Your right tower is under attack.
I mean, those two characters right there, Odin and Saul, are gonna be what's gonna win us, or lose us the game. Win them the game. I just cannot deal with them.
Right tower is under attack.
Saul will one-shot me, and all I can really try to do is Aegis it, but there's already so much stuff to Aegis in their team. Yeah, I'm definitely the easiest target for her. Like, I understand why he's going for me. I can't do anything into it.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
It does feel like he's just doing whatever he wants, though. It's not like we have someone that is actually good into it. Like, this is exactly my point. There are 2 mages, by the way. 2 mages running around in our jungle trying to poke me.
We need wards.
But, I mean... kind of what I would have expected by going Zeus ADC, though. Oh boy, would I have liked a speed buff this game.
Speak no words.
Careful! On my she bites. Oh, easy run.
Another issue, I will say this. The fact that Zeus Detonate doesn't stun people when they're mid-jump is really stupid. That feels really unfair.
Elysium will welcome you.
That was really close.
Yes.
I can do damage, but maybe in one fight where my front line is in front of me and I can maybe just focus on killing their whatever going in. I'm pretty sure I can kill someone in seconds if I get the chance. But so far it's either Saul is killing me and I don't really get a chance to kill anything, or I don't know, some other weird shit happen. Just fall back! Don't know what they're doing. Get out!
she bites.
Cancel that.
Claim this area.
What are we doing though? The thing is, okay, so what I'm seeing here is people aren't just waiting for them to initiate on the Phoenix before we initiate. Just wait. Let them control the game, we will counter-initiate.
Your middle Phoenix is under attack.
Right? Like, the amount of damage I can put out if someone's just in front of me is good, but it just doesn't matter.
Your middle Phoenix has been destroyed.
If only I had a yarn with Golden Blade. That's true. If only I was playing that in ADC, that would have been great. Yeah, I'll buy Dutch. How much SR have I lost today? About 200. 250. Something like that. Yeah. I've only played mages today. Maybe there's a pattern. But I don't think there's a pattern. Because I couldn't have played much better in these two games. And I need to swap my rules again. Do I just go back to solo and play mages again? Yeah, I think that's the plan. I can't really steal mid now the Dutch is here. I just don't really think there's any soul that I feel like playing today. Just the thought of picking a front line is boring to me right now. I don't want to be a tank. The only thing I might maybe try is like a mage Yorn build, but then again, I'm not really a front line. And mage Yorm is not going to be good. I already know it, but it's going to be fun. It's not good, I tried it. Yeah, I tried it in practice mode. He scales pretty shit. Like, full late game, when you have enough items to rely on, I think it's nice for poking, but that's literally it. Your ult does no damage, your 2 does not enough damage, your 3 does no damage. The only thing that is actually good is the pools. The pools on the ground are nice, because they will just proc all your shit. So that's great for poking, but yeah, I think I'll regret it if I do it. I think I'll just play some mages again. I will say though, the Zeus ADC was kind of fun. I kind of enjoyed it. I would like to try it in a game that is a lot more normal. Maybe Bari. Could maybe do Bari. How do we have 2 duo queues, brother? What are we against? Who are we against? need another point of view. Like Bologna top, I assume you mean solo in Smite here. Got killed twice within 3 minutes against an on her. I know I was bad. So I stayed in my lane and farmed. The enemy on her started roaming, but I didn't. My team got mad because I was not in team fights, ended up being bigger than the entire enemy team. 1v3 a fight, ended up winning. Was I in the wrong or was it the right call? No, I generally think if you're behind, you should just farm. But I think like it goes both ways, right? Because your team has the right to kind of whine, because now there's a Fed on her constantly rotating. But yeah, I mean, if you fucked up and you just had to farm, I think you did the right thing. Like, if you can rotate, you can rotate. That's just, it's as simple as that. If I'm really far behind, I try not to rotate as well. Unless the fight is close to me, then I will maybe see if I can rotate, but... No, I think I did the right thing.
Select your god.
You can't really avoid, like, people getting mad at you for some random shit. Like, it literally just happened to me in the game right now. People will be mad for the weirdest things. Can't really avoid it. Where is my mind going? It's going to the Poseidon. The thing is, with games like Ranked, people will always... Like, they don't know how to play in a team setting in a situation where you're already behind. A lot of people just do not know how to deal with it. I appreciate the sub, man. Or the Prime. It happens a lot in Ranked. People will simply just not realize what they should be doing when they're behind. I'm talking to my team, specifically telling them sometimes during, like, on comms, what we should be doing right now, and we're still not doing that. It's not even just about if someone is behind, it's also just what type of comp you have, like all these types of different things changes how you should play the game. Very recently in my last stream, we had a full-on poke comp with a Neith and a Wukong, meaning we're really shit at brawling, we do not want to fight. We are just poking, we need to ward, all that stuff. We never did any of that. My team kept going in, we kept trying to brawl, they just died, we lost the game. So sometimes it doesn't even matter if you're telling them specifically what to do, people just don't listen. They cannot get out of their own habits of how they play the game. Which is unfortunate. Because we should have won that game. But there's not really much to do about it. It's hard for people to break habits, and I get that sometimes. It's not like I'm blaming them fully for it, but it is very frustrating when you're telling people what to do. And they even saying, yeah, sure, let's do that. And then they're not doing it. Like, my guy, I just said, don't do that. So, yeah. Great, they have a really annoying comp. I mean, this is a stacked ass queue, but they have a really, really terrible comp to deal with.
Yeah, buddy. Good to have on hand. Woohoo! Glorious! That's too bad. Okay. Cancel that.
Good Q, let's see if we can play back. I mean, their comp is so OP, dude. They have Afro Capri to keep people alive, they have Susano Bari to fuck you up real fucking fast, and they have Achilles who just exists, I guess. We had no comment on that guy. Our combo isn't bad either. We do have... yeah, we also have characters on our team. I'm sure it'll be fine. Bro, stop spamming that shit. Come over here, man. What the fuck? Why are you on normal cast? Smite, what the fuck? I just used it on instant cast. Why is it on normal now? Instant, thank you. Instant. The other two are fine.
Enemies have returned. Middle.
Of all the frontlines to meet, I'm happy it's Achilles at least. He's not on the list of the rough ones. Potentially early though. He can be really tough to deal with early. His 3 is very powerful. And squishies. Well, as long as I sit back, I'm still just a Poseidon with good self-peel.
Retreat right lane. Enemies behind you. Enemy has been slain. Enemy missing.
Enemy spotted.
The rain shall wash them away. Go forward. Hasta la vista, amigo.
Your right tower is under attack.
The cams popping their abilities pisses you off. That's fair.
Enemy missing middle.
It is quite different from before.
Oh, easy wrong. Shot of water.
Watch yourself.
I mean, we do have the purple orb Hercules jungle. That's not something I've seen before, so I don't know what to expect of it.
My trident. Enemy
Ultimate is ready.
Let's just do the usual build. I don't think I need to change it. I'll take it.
enemy has been slain.
I don't think I killed there either way, so I'll take an ult.
Ally has been slain.
it's not really worth it. Oh well, it was, but thought I was gonna kill those a little faster.
The rain shall wash them away.
Just need a few life binder procs now to get back up.
Your right tower is under attack.
I don't want to get too close.
Retreat left lane. Falling back.
I still got the full wave.
Enemy
Absolutely
missing,
worth.
enemy missing.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemies in middle lane.
Don't know if he's still cringe ganking, sticking around forever. You never know. And I ain't sticking around to find out. Should be okay if he kills backs though.
Enemy missing.
Curses. Enemies in left lane.
Sucks Susana was behind. Got the rock XP at least. I guess I still just go for the usual Deso.
Your left tower is under attack.
Yeah, the life binder scales a little bit. It's not much, you can see it here. It's like 5 per level. So it's nothing insane, but it is still quite good.
Enemy missing.
Like it being 100, 110 on base is quite powerful.
Enemy missing left.
Enemies have returned to base. Bye.
Out of order.
Not really
Enemy missing.
too sure about that gank. He should just go farm. This is one of those cases. Herc is pretty far behind his opponent here. He should just go farm. Stop ganking. It's not worth it for any of us. He shows up, he just shares with me, and
Enemy spotted. Be careful left.
I guess I'm just falling back. Cringe zoning.
Enemy missing middle.
Cringe.
Enemy spotted.
Still not seeing Susano anywhere.
Enemy missing middle. The range shall wash them away. Enemies behind us.
I would like to fight Achilles more, but with how much Susano is sticking around in the left jungle, mainly because of the imps, I can't really fight back. It's too much of a risk.
Completed. Ooh, an ally has been slain. Bleeding. On my way. Fabuloso. Oh, you move like a jaguar. Quiet.
Hey, enemy ultimate down. Out of the park. Has arrived. Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy has been slain. Ally has been slain. The rain shall wash them away.
Only bad thing about Lifebinder is it doesn't scale too well into late game. Unless you have it on like a support, because it's a pretty low power item.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Out of water.
Get out! Why are you fighting it? Okay.
Bleeding.
Slain. Okay.
Under attack.
Enemy spotted. Stand down. I will send
Fucking Afro ult, bro.
Team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Fucking Afro ult. That's all I'll say.
Your left tower is under attack.
A 1-for-1 is better than nothing, though. When it's a 4v fucking 2.
on my way. Retreat.
Your left tower is under attack.
Oh, you move like a giant.
I mean, Purple Orb, chill, man. Just go farm.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes.
Stand down. Your left tower is under attack.
Out of water. Well.
Your
Fuck.
left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
In my quest to help my team, I'm cooking my own lane.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower.
I'm gonna need pen for him. I could do that next.
Enemy missing left. Be careful.
Good game. Your team has destroyed the pirate. Destroy the enemy tower.
Return to base. Stay here.
No.
Quiet. Quiet.
Quiet. Quiet.
Quiet.
One out there.
No.
Cancel that. Quiet. Attack right lane. Chase the enemy.
Yeah, I mean, we're surviving for now. It's not too bad. Susano isn't visiting me that much, which could have been trouble earlier on. I think now I should be alright. Well, should be, being the key word.
Ally has been slain. Vista, amigo.
Completed. See ya. Missing enemies at the Gold Fury. Completed. Yes. Attack fire.
On my way. Enemies at the Gold Fury. No problem.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Door!
Careful left. Enemies coming. Your team has destroyed the fire tower.
Fabuloso.
Fucking hell, man! Leave me alone! Why me? I don't get it! Look what's happening in the back to your team! Bari! Fuck you, Bari!
Oh, you move like a jaguar.
It's fine. I have pen now. Nika... Well, it's not Nika. Nika is my support. But maybe you're right.
Yeah, buddy.
Attack fire giant.
Be right back. Take this jungle buff.
Oh yeah, I think he was going for the fact that Susano... He probably thought Susano's TP was on me, but it was in front of me.
Hey. Way to step up to the plate.
Attack fire giant. Help. Slay. Ah.
Sure. I'm surrendering, boys. I'm done.
Chase the enemy.
On my way.
Enemy has been slain.
Bore.
Oh, he's the wrong team. I am sorry.
Okay. Bye. Good well, luck. That sucked.
Hasta la vista, amigo.
I keep forgetting about some items. I'm like, there's no way I'm dying here, because they can't reach me. Boar says, fuck no, man. I'm reaching you. I don't give a fuck.
I'll do him like a vegetarian. That's too bad.
I'm so done. But Afro at least ult. There's a reason why I always ban Afro. Because this boring takes 0 skill and all you do is wait for someone to do something big and then you press 4 and then you just negate their big thing. I hate it so much. I can't play the game. Man, I picked Poseidon early, though I guess I fucked up because they did first pick the Afro. I guess I kind of brought this upon myself.
Save yourself.
Be careful, right? Save yourself.
Completed. Oh, your middle tower is under attack.
It's a trap.
Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh.
Completed.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed. Stand down. Your middle tower is under attack.
On my way. Group up.
Got a man up. Your middle tower has been destroyed. Lock it off.
Ultimate is ready. Gank. On my way. Enemy spotted. I'll attack.
I mean, this probably have wards though, no?
Enemies at the Gold Fury.
Be careful. Ooh, the ally has been slain.
Group up. Attack. Freeze.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Draw them in.
I was at a good stage, man. At least Achilles isn't farming that much himself.
Attack. Attack.
They just have the most boring comp, man. Because they actually have all their like quote unquote revives or like immunities with Bari, Kepri, as well as Aphrodite. It's really boring to deal with. We cannot fucking kill them.
Bye.
Like, it's very demotivating as a Poseidon being a one-trick pony. At least until much later, where I can just fully rely on my 2. Right now, that's absolutely not the case. I'm fully just forced to Kraken and try and get the most damage out of that. But it gets immune in one way or another.
Gank left lane.
Be careful.
Ultimate is ready.
Help, left leg. Help, left leg. Enemy has been slain. Oh, you move like a jaguar. Need healing.
Attack fire giant. Completed.
That worked out.
Follow me. Follow me.
Hi. It's a trap. On by.
He's gonna run out of mana so fast. Okay, dude. Are you kidding me? I couldn't get anything off because I just got CC'd. Oh my fucking god. I'm not trusting Hawk again with his Apollo ult. It's another fucking revive, but it's a switch from Dutch. He's jumping very late though.
Well, that sucked. It off. Your middle Phoenix is under attack.
Boar making a huge diff for them. Zoning Kraken.
I'm going for jungle buff.
Your
On my
right
way.
tower is under attack.
Completed.
Enemy spotted.
Follow me.
Yes. Enemies behind us.
On my way.
Left lane. Oh, in. On my way. On my
Group
way.
up.
On my way.
Enemies
Tank.
incoming.
Enemy spotted. Tank.
How many immunities do we need on one character? All of them.
Enemy has been slain.
I want all of them, Afro says. I'll take your whole stock. Really needed more, whatever that was. Yeah, definitely. Let's give them more. More of whatever it was they did. I'm not really too sure either. I mean, I know. I mean, this Afro ult, you can already. He literally has 3 cooldown items in a row. It's gonna be like a 50-ish, 40-second cooldown. On top of that, he has an Aegis, and they have a Kepri ult if he needs it too. That Afro is gonna take a lot for it to die.
It's a trap.
No problem.
Be careful.
It's not even counting her bodyguard in Susano.
Ultimate is ready. Ultimate is ready.
Have fun.
It's a trap.
Okay.
No problem. Cancel that. You just gotta take it one game at a time.
You're too cool.
Hey, you're welcome.
Bye. Stand down.
Nice, taking care of that.
On my way.
I don't know why I have dagger though. I didn't really want it.
On my way.
On my way. No problem. I'll defend. Yeah, buddy.
Your middle phoenix is under attack. Your middle phoenix is
The pyromancer has arrived.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
The rain shall wash them away.
I'll attack. Thanks. Follow me. Hey, you're welcome.
I see Afro. I'm out.
Attack. Good to have on hand.
Slightly more self peel. Let's go with that.
Follow me.
Bye.
Though realistically, I actually feel like I should have just gone for another pain item. And just see if I can kill whatever tank is in front of me. Because Afro is impossible to kill, she has to be one of the last targets we have to go for.
Enemy missing.
Enemies at the fire giant.
My trident. Retreat left leg.
Save yourself.
Yes. Enemies have returned to base. Watch yourself. Enemy has been slain.
Destroyed the fire giant.
To move like a
Please.
champ.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy.
They actually just went and ended. That's crazy.
Victory.
Apollo has been extra criminal today in my games, just as a character. Adapting tried to do the same shit in one of my games earlier. Didn't work as well that time, but he did take some phoenixes. Oh yeah, because me, can you add oh my god bro? Oh my god bro. People like that one right now. I haven't been infected yet, but it might happen. Yeah, that one. Perfect. Thank you. feel like there's never a shrug emote. You can add like Pepe Shrug or what is it called? Srudge? Like Shruge, which is the Pepe doing that. I like that one.
Select your god.
The top one doesn't even seem like a shrug. It should be just a. There's like that meme with an old guy, like just shrugging. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that is the one. It's called something different on some other channels at least, but I mean that one works. Classic Afro player. Just gotta wait for enemy team to do big things and negate it, pretty much. That's what I'm doing here. Wow, our comp is really bad. You know what? The dodge on the enemy team, I might actually support it here. I don't want to play Afro, but you know what? Go ahead. Dodge it. We did it. W. Nice, man. Tactical. I've run out of things I want to play, man. Tsukuyomi will be nice. At least that's a god I feel like playing. He does have the same frustrating, slow gameplay, though, as someone like a Modred, where he does have a little bit of mobility, but he's generally just a slow fucker that will probably just die on cooldown in like a game where you aren't in control. So I might grow tired of him fast as well. We will see, though. We will see. I mean, you never know because maybe his aspect is going to be the best tank in the entire game. You never know with aspects these days. Look at Wukong, like you can look at Hu Yi in the beginning as well. Though I suppose it didn't really change role. It was just OP as fuck. But like Wukong is mainly a mage. Like who else do we have that are just not their main role? Agni was only ADC for a while. I think he's kind of just okay in ADC now as well as mage, kind of even. Apollo was obviously OP and solo and support for a while, and he still is quite good in those roles. I do think that part of it is cool though. I don't know if there's any other god that really changes that much. Like Nemesis, I guess, it goes to solo, kind of at the moment. But she's still really good in jungle. I don't really think it makes her only a solo. Aspect pulls enemies to you instead of becoming... Dude, that could be pretty funny. But it would also be so OP. It would just be a better Ares ult. But I like the idea of it. I think they could do something interesting with the Tsukuyomi ult. But you know what I think they will do? I think they want to make him an ADC. He already has ranged autos built into him. I could see them making him an actual ADC aspect, like they did with Kali. But I feel like that would be the most obvious choice. They might want to go with something else. I kind of hope for a tank aspect in some way, because I do want him to be good in solo. And with the way he is, like, he would be okay in solo right now, I think. Kind of wish they made it so that Ra aspect made the 3 do what it currently does, but also you could replace it on enemy, but blind. You have to just blind them. Just blind the enemy. Fuck those guys. Surely he picks... Oh, never mind, they banned his Morrigan. Oh. Okay. Bye, Mendar. Back in the queue we go. You couldn't have given me a single damage thing? Fuck it, I guess. Give me a damage thing. Thank you. Discard it. I don't like that. I like how the same duo queues just keep like flipping. I guess with Mendar out of the queue, then it looped back around to us. Mistakes were made. Yeah, shit. I wanted to poison. Just one more interesting CCs in the game, and blinds seem underused. That is true, but they're also dangerous in terms of, you know, medical reasons, I guess. Like, they had to make a dark mode for them, you know? But I do agree with you. Like, blinds are definitely underused. We only have 2 of them. But I also think too many blinds. Like, imagine a team stacking blinds. I don't think it would be very fun to play the game. Like, Ran Loki is already... Like, when both of you go on you... Like, that shit is pretty fucking annoying if you get hit by both. You could definitely do something more interesting with it. Like what we did with Loki, I guess. So, yeah, in a way I do agree with you. They definitely could do something. I'm sure. Oh shit, I'm picking. Question is, what am I picking? Do I give in and play a tank? Sure. I'll give in, I'll play a frontline. There you go. I'm just saying that to myself in my head. I count Cthulhu one as well. Cthulhu is definitely kind of a blind. And in a way, he does it physically too, because you can't see anything when it's in front of you. Upgrade all your cards for the rest of combat. Wait, what? Like, all my cards? Even the ones I'm not using? Oh wow, this is a fucking shit hand. What am I against? Thor. Okay.
Woo-hoo! You're welcome.
Just do a chill start. Probably won't win the early game. How's the queues? They're pretty good. Like in terms of players, they're quite good. Now, at least. Earlier, that was not so much the case. Earlier, I kept queuing into Wolfie adapting dual queue, and I didn't have anyone on my team to fully help me out. To make it even. And I didn't help myself by picking some weird stuff at times. But now it's good. Most importantly, it's fun.
Be careful, right?
Be careful, right?
Be
Okay.
careful in the jungle.
Be careful, middle.
Minions have spawned.
No.
Yes.
If you're asking me about Deadlock, then no. I had never really played Deadlock. That was never for me. Shooters have not been interesting to me for a long time. As much as Might is telling itself it's an FPS, I beg to differ.
Okay. Have fun.
That's too bad.
Enemy spotted.
Good game.
It'll be okay. Be careful. Give.
Enemy has been slain.
Sunder. Of course. I forgot people still buy that shit. I guess I maybe should have gone Sunder this game. I didn't think I was dead. I was ready to block for my life.
Complete. Enemy jungle.
pretty far behind in XP. Does First Blood give that much XP? That's kind of wild.
No fear. Enemy spotted. Attack!
Attack! An enemy has been slain. Woohoo!
Completed.
Enemy missing left.
I'm not done with you. Think you scare me?
Be careful. Be careful left.
Enemy ultimate incoming. Enemies incoming.
Enrage them. Wash them away.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Bye bye now. Thanks.
Tank.
Will end you. So awesome.
Oh my god, go away, wall.
Enemy has been
I mean, I guess it makes sense to go Sunder, because if the enemies don't, you can literally just one-shot their buff.
Have no fear.
Which is very weird, that Sunder is just able to do that on blue now. I was hoping I could catch his hammer with my ult, though. At least trade an ult for an ult.
Enemies mutilated. Be careful right.
Okay. Ultimate is ready. On my way.
Enemies at the fire giant.
Okay.
I think I need to just chill here.
Fury.
Without my ult, I'm very susceptible to a gank.
Be right back. Ultimate is ready.
Yes. I'll attack.
I think all chains that catch hammer. I was going for the try to secure the buff as well part.
You're going nowhere.
My main priority was the buff, and not so much getting him, but my ult did a lot more damage than I would have expected, so...
I'm building.
It's just a bit awkward, because I don't think I win the trade no matter what. He's gonna get away no matter what. He's got his ult, he's got his hammer. And he has Sunder to just one-shot the buff, so... I don't really think there's a scenario where I win that. It's fine though. At least I'm Bologna. I don't really rely on anything but my autos for the most part anyway. I'll be alright. It just sucks in terms of XP right now. My team's winning anyway, so I don't really have any reason to complain.
Think you scare me? Bring it on, demon kind.
Be right back. Hasta la vista, amigo.
Sunder! Oh, close.
That ghoul was not having any of it. It'll be okay.
Just finish up regrowth first. Get the cooldown on the healing.
On my way.
Okay.
middle tower is under attack.
Play him like a baby. Hey, it's too bad.
Shit! My ult was literally up in 2 seconds. I'm so mad.
Ally has been slain.
No, I don't think I'll be going for more power. Probably just going to a Berserker's third. Into their team comp, I can't allow myself to go for any power, really. It's just gonna be full defense and relying on blocking and healing.
Attack.
Double kill.
Flores are pretty annoying. It's called pretty annoying comp to deal with, or character for Bologna.
Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh.
Also, is that... Where is Hou for them?
Fury.
On my way.
Cancel that. Completed.
Is he the support, technically? Yeah, I guess so. With that build?
Your left tower.
Oh, that explains why he is everywhere.
The rain shall wash them away.
Be careful, middle.
That's too bad. Bye bye now.
Enemy ultimate incoming.
Vista, amigo.
Your middle tower is under attack.
You move like a jaguar.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted. Gank.
Your left tower is under attack.
Ally has been slain.
Okay, I mean, why is just sitting in mid?
Ally has been slain.
Group up.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. The Pyroman has arrived.
Okay.
It's not possible.
Didn't think there was gonna be 4 people, I guess. My bad.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Fuel for the fire.
After I killed Zeus, I really didn't think there was gonna be 4 healthy people there.
He's at the Gold Fury.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Your right tower is under attack.
Rocket listening. On my way.
Somehow it always works out for them, huh? Doesn't matter what I do, they still get the kills.
Enemy ultimate down!
I'm not done with you! Enemy missing right.
Enemy spotted!
On my way. Enemy spotted. Ultimate is ready.
An enemy has been slain. Rain shall wash them away. Completed.
Enemies in the left. Bring it on, demon kind. Enemies incoming left.
Oh, the fuck did I miss that? Kind of sucks we didn't follow up on it though. I don't know if Hawk didn't want to fight it or what was happening, but I feel like that should have been an easy kill.
Enemy ultimate down!
Kind of tragic. Let's go Nemean next. Finish up all the items in this category. Then I can always get some protection against Zeus later. I mean, it's either get Nemean now or finish up Lash.
You're going nowhere.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Oh, he's the wrong team, I am sorry.
Your left tower has
Think you scare me?
Zeus, Thor, low. Zeus, ult beats. And we've missed 2 bombs.
your right tower is under attack.
Enemy has been slain.
Why is the Zeus ganking me though? I'm so confused.
Is under attack.
I'm just gonna go Nemean regardless. At least that will help into Zeus.
Your left tower.
I'm not done with you. I have no fear. You're going nowhere.
They hit like a babe.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy ultimate down.
Okay. I guess he lagged out.
Shut down.
That was interesting. I don't think he meant to ult me. Pretty sure.
On my way. Follow me.
Attack fire giant. I'm not done with you. Bring it on, demon kind.
fuck, man. I need to stop trying to save people. Fuck me.
Your team has destroyed the gold fury.
Fuck.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Damn it. Are they actually not on it?
Destroyed a left enemy
An
tower.
enemy missing.
That's good. I thought for sure they were gonna go straight to fire. I think they could have done it in time too. They have literally 2 ADCs. And a Zeus. I also gotta stop getting baited by the Hu Yi, because he's not that squishy. Granted, it would be fine if there wasn't a Thor also just CCing me. I'm not fucking surrendering this. This game should be free. I ain't doing it. I'm getting more attack speed. Forget what I said before. I'm absolutely getting more attack speed, because what the fuck? I gotta be able to deal with Kali, and I need way more block stands for that to happen. More block. Won't be turfing though. I have to get something with a lot of attack speed. Man, the items in this game are boring. It's just no fun attack speed items for a tank. Maybe I do Pharaohs instead. Get the attack speed and minus hers by 40%. Maybe that's the way to go. Why did I also go Aegis this game? Was such a mistake.
On my way. Think you scare me? Demonkind.
On my way. Enemy has been slain.
Huge disarm.
Fire giant, help!
Need healing. Be right back. On my way.
No problem. There is all move like a
Just fucking press Aegis, man. I'm pressing that shit. It sucks Dutch keeps running around alone though. I want to peel for Dutch, but he keeps dying to Loki in a 1v1 before we get the chance to help him out. It's really frustrating. Like, just group. Firegiant should have been fucking free there, but we just have our damage dealers being one-shot by Loki. What I should have done though was press my 1. Because Loki's 1 at least gets blocked by my stance just once. Might have been enough to kill, but I'm not sure. I could have played it better too. I don't think I should have died to him, honestly. But without... Do I go Sash first? I think Death Toll is just way better, man. But I gotta grab wards. I'll settle for this. Yeah, we're just dying left and right.
No fear.
And I fucked him.
Fabuloso!
Is under attack.
Stop stunning me, dude! How many times am I gonna get Thor stunned?
Your Titan is under attack.
I don't think they end, actually. Dash them! Yes! We might lose Phoenix, though. Go, Phoenix! He didn't realize the Phoenix was spawning.
Completed.
Your left tower is under
Dude, I hate this. Like, I need Saf to get the fuck off my ass. I keep getting Thor stunned like 2 or 3 times. I can't kill anyone. I can't stick to anyone because I keep getting Thor walled. Let me just stick to the characters that I can kill, like Kali, Zeus and shit. No. I mean, Saf probably knows. Like, Bologna is pretty good into their comp.
You're going nowhere. On my way.
On my way. I will ward. We need wards.
Enemy missing.
Made against protections.
On my way.
destroyed the fire tower.
Okay. I have no fear.
Rain shall wash them away.
That was friggin' cool.
Worked out somehow.
Destroy the right enemy tower.
I'm the greatest.
Fuck, guys, what was I thinking? I said more attack speed, didn't I? But at the same time, do I want that? Yes, yes I do. I very much do.
Your team has
Let's just go for a simple one.
destroyed.
No.
Let's go dagger.
So awesome.
Group up. It's a trap. It's a trap. Enemy spotted.
On my way.
Enemy spotted.
On my way.
It's a trap. War here. I'll attack left lane. Be careful. Be careful.
Yes. Attack left lane. I'm going for jumbo walk.
Enemy spotted.
Middle lane. It'll be okay.
Enemy spotted. Be careful.
It'll be okay. Enemy spotted.
Fuel for the fire. Be careful.
Fucking hell, we're just getting baited because Pele went in and became stupid. It's a classic purple up throw. Fuck, man.
Your left tower is under attack. On my way. Your left tower has been destroyed.
And I just have to stop trying to save people. It's gotten me killed like half of my deaths in this game. It's so annoying. I just have this annoying urge to save someone if they're in trouble. It sounds like some self-righteous bullshit. It's really not. I hate that I'm keep doing this. It's so annoying.
Yes. Cancel that.
You're welcome.
Okay. We need wards. Enemy spotted. The enemy team has destroyed the pyramid. Your right tower is under attack.
Hear me? Bring it on, demonkind!
Fucking hell, man. I'm just trying to ward.
Incoming.
And dodge got greedy.
Bolts of lightning. Very, very scary. Yeah. Awesome. Woohoo.
Is that the end? I think it's just the Phoenix.
Your middle phoenix has been destroyed. Your left.
Well, maybe. I guess it's two Phoenixes.
Your left phoenix has been destroyed.
We just need purple up to stop getting caught. Like, it's happened twice now. It's so free for a fucking group.
Defend the fire giant.
Like, now we're just in such an awkward spot because we have to defend our fucking lanes now.
On my way. Enemies at the fire giant. Enemy spotted. Defend. Attack.
I'm fucking pressing the wrong shit.
Has destroyed the fire giant.
Oh, boring, man.
Is under
It's just Loki, but they all have fucking speed buffs and shit. I can't chase any of them. I think I could have gotten Loki if I didn't misplay. I kind of fucked up a little bit.
On my way.
Enemies in left lane.
Defend the Gold Fury.
Enemy spotted.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
On my way. It's a trap. Bring it on, demon.
How does that make sense? Dude, I'm mid-ult animation! How am I being stunned?
We will end you.
It's all too fucking fast. Like, I hate this fucking character. You can't catch anything. This character's fucking dog shit.
No fear.
We're just so out of position at all. Whatever, man. Whatever. Nice kill, though. Oh, Hog, no. Almost got him. Maybe he does have him. Ah, we've cooked. We've absolutely cooked ourselves. Oh. Keep running, Dutch. Bait them.
Your left Phoenix is under attack.
Cunning as a fox.
Good try. Aw, man. If I was playing a different character this game, that would actually be a chance. But I think both me and Nika kind of picked a really shitty frontline that can't really fight back once they get initiated on. And that's an issue for us, because we're just getting caught. What the mistake I did there, though, was trying to go on Kali when she was out of reach. I may be able to block one auto, but that auto won't do shit if he's not running in front of me. I need to block, like, damage. I got it back before the fucking fire spawns.
On my way.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your right tower is under attack.
On my way.
Okay, dude. What even hit me? Why am I half HP?
Middle lane. Be right back. Need healing.
Defend the fire giant.
I survived. I did the Bologna thing.
boys! Get the fuck in there!
I did the Bologna thing.
With you.
I actually got the cow leap before she killed me. It's the best thing that could have happened. I almost died to the fucking Phoenix, man.
Good game. Bye bye now.
Yeah, the up-down was good. I pressed Nemean before they started really attacking me. I only got, I think, to hit Lash once, but I got my one off. Like, it was essentially the perfect scenario. Alright, I think that's gonna end it, though. For now. I gotta go make some food before it gets too fucking late. I assume, Dutch, you're probably still playing. Get in there. Leaving the party for you. Alright, thank you guys for watching. I really appreciate it. I will see you guys next time. Bye-bye. GG's, Dutch.